Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. I think it was yesterday I was streaming, I can't remember what happened. Or the day before, yeah, I got fucking... It's been a busy week, but things should be back to normal now. Just get this all set up in the background. Make sure that everything is good. Audio, visually, all that good stuff. Alrighty. We're back again. Some 6. Maybe some eugenics at the end. I don't know. I might play quite a bit of 6. I've been feeling it. I haven't been able to play recently. In the last one, there's quite a few things that happened. We got our event. We got the well. Let's see if we can find it. It's quite a while ago, I think. The end of the shift. So we had a shift here. And we got a boost. But we also got a permanent 0.1 minus on our sanity there. So it's a little bit more insane rate, which we can deal with by having an asylum. But for that, we got like... Oh yeah, we killed this guy last time too. It was very easily. Very, very easy. But yeah, so we basically have a 0.2 boost on knowledge or something along those lines. Let's check. Yeah, 0.12. So plus our technology, plus our level, plus our libraries adds to 2,488 knowledge, and the same, pretty much 2,200 for the innovation as well. So we have quite a bit of both, and that's how we got this nice, beautiful new temple to Athuri here. It looks like we're sacrificing, say how much? Oh, 9, okay. Yeah, that's way more than enough. So let's get a hauler over here. I usually like to do like a nice hauler, but I think what I could do is this here. Actually, you know what? I don't like the 2x2 ones. I think they're visually ugly. And then let's also change this road out through here, because this is the nice part of town after all. I've been playing a lot of Ostriv in my free time, or a good deal of it, and it's been actually like making me interested more in like designing my cities, doing nice setups for them. Actually, I'd rather do that because we don't really have much material for that right now. And then we'll put a tree in the corner. Yep. Somewhere about there. Look at that. There's so many people moving along this road. I honestly should double it or add the line. So let's do that. Luckily, I kind of designed the area with that intended. And then we can just do this. We're at that point now, though, where we have actually, like, bad frame rate. Which is always the shittiest when it comes to 6, but what can you do? Alright, so we only need one worker here, and then this. And luckily for us, Sithlon is not used for anything other than this, so it should be pretty good. Look at the Halls of Madness, though. They just come in here, fray, lay down. Like, there's a lot of people in here. There's only 240 slots, though. So eventually we will have to make another temple, which, now that I look at it, it's like we would have to take out some of our downtown. Something in here. Look at the blob of people coming through here to try to get to there. Makes me think that if we were to... We can't really get rid of this. This is a nice laboratory. I think that the best idea here they would be traveling like this, but it would cut all of that time off them traveling this distance. We're gonna reorganize it. So we want them to go through the middle here like this, like that, and then we'll take these out here. Clear that out as well. Nice. Now that's a good setup, because they're literally going to walk straight through here. That's the best we can do. It will kind of alleviate the service needs over there. Oh, these aren't basins? I thought those were basins. I guess we'll just put them there. Alright. Perfect. Is there a reason why it's... Oh, it's the foundation. Alright. That's fine. So we can dismantle this, this, and this, as well as these guys. Change that and this. We got 156, or rather 34 people who are homeless. Seems like they're mostly homeless down here. I think the best idea for our Athuri temple would be to try to get one over here. Kind of right here. Because that way this one will be up here, and then this one will be down here. I cannot remember how much it cost me though. Alright, it's gonna be one of those buildings, huh? That's fine. Let's take a peek. Not the worst. Really not that bad, actually. It's just the jewelry. We're gonna have to figure out a better jeweler situation here. Alright. And masons. But I think in the mason situation I can just add a few more. And then we're at that many people, so we just need... We don't need 100, but I'll get the 100 so we get the new boost. Yeah, it's always different, SOS. It really depends on... Thank you for joining me, by the way. It always depends on like what my girlfriend's up to. You know, I always don't like making streams when she's, you know, working. Or when she's not working, when she's here. Because it's kind of like, be quiet, you know. I don't like that. That's not my intention. So I just wait until there's free time. And it just so happened this week she had a lot of free time and I'm busy. So there's been a lot of like non-streams where I would definitely wanted to have streamed. We can boost this guy up. We've got 10 or 9 now promotions. That should be good there. It's only need, oh, we need 100, so give him one more boost. Right, and then which region was it, this guy? No, it was Wraith. My boy. The big boy. Although this isn't really a great region, to be honest. I take that back. How much are you gonna be? 50? This region's better than that one. And then this region as well. Why can't... You need 4,800. How was he able to... Oh, he hit 5 on 5. Okay. We have 76, so technically what we should do is this. We'll give him the last upgrade, and then we take this region as well and upgrade it. Alright, this is going to cost us a hell of a lot of money. So we'll just set it kind of like that for now. And then it was this region? Yeah. We're gonna really start to ball out pretty crazy here. I don't really want to put too much into that anyways. Alright, we'll set it. Save that. We'll set that for now and save up some money. Because they're going to produce tons of money for us. Now we need to produce... Oh wow, that's a lot of PIVA. It's going to lower health. But we're never going to do massage parlor, so that's fine. Although... Let's take a peek here. Tavern's only 1 arrow. Doesn't really give, I don't think, like a drink preference is 1 arrow as well. Yeah, I don't see any option for that, but it will boost it up to, where is it, 5. How would you manage that health though? Climate, population, species, technology. I guess through technology. More physicians. Oh, Jesus Christ. You don't even really want to look at that. That is a lot. Alrighty. So you got that going. Did that boost my stones? Yeah, 200 now. We can upgrade these houses. Wait, no, we can't. Some more houses. These ones can get upgraded. Well, technically we can't. We don't have the stone. How is this temple route going? Better. They're not all like traffic jammed up over there. Kind of makes me think it'd be a good idea to just do this as well. This is technically cut stone building, so we'll fix that with that. Cut stone ceiling. We're also gonna need a new space for some more rations. I think we could upgrade one of our storage buildings though. So 440,000. Pretty good. Nice. So this is finally done. Let's check on the physician. So there's no physicians over here. Let's start fixing that. Foundation. We can't build a building as long as this, but what we can do is we'll build a hospital. Do 7. Trying to think. They'll have to go from here to there to save themselves. Yeah, I guess we try it. We got the tools for it. And then what I'm going to do is actually edit this building. Put a door there, and door here. That way, in case anything bad happens, they can get through quickly. And then the same. Something like that. We're going to build a physician. This physician's going to be a lot different though. We want to have like a decent amount of space or services. Good work. Well, we might need to do something special here. Alright, that's fine. I just want to get the services down. Perfect. That's good. We don't have a bathroom nearby, so we'll add a bathroom as well. I feel like it's better to get these out of the way and like peel the band-aid off early than to like put it off and be like, oh no, I'll build it in later. Alright, that's good. Doesn't have to be pretty, because this is like district for workers. Not really interested in their opinions. Speaking of opinions, though, how are my, Are you serious? Why are they such assholes? What have I done? Also, where's all my money? I should be getting like insane taxes. Instead, I'm losing money. Am I fielding an army? Oh, yeah. Still feels like we're going pretty slow with the stone here. We'll make holes here so that they can walk through. You have to be very careful that you don't accidentally destroy your entire building when you're doing this. That way they can walk through here a little easier. Just occurred to me. How much storage? There's 12 crates. I'm just gonna build that right now and see. And if so, we could potentially put import depots inside of as the final masterpiece. My brain has evolved to a new level of thinking. Import depots. It's the first thing they get sent to. So why not send it to the import depot inside the warehouse so that they get the first delivery? I know it's already full here, but theoretically. Also, let's add a boost to, what is it, this region? Yes. No, sir. Give me more stone. They're simply money-making regions right now because, like, for example, this guy, honestly, where is he? This guy. I should set you up to here and then set this to max and then put this to, like, this so that we can boost you all the way. And then maybe, yeah, we're making more money this way. 66. Can I set it up higher? Yeah, 70. 69. It's pretty good. It's pretty damn good. That's what I want to see. 69,000 denarii a day. I think it's daily. Yeah, it's definitely daily. It's the most fun I've had in a long time in 6, though. Surprisingly. Just getting into it again. Probably could have just checked here. How much total space? 3,000. So what we do is we create a import depot here. We can even keep the roofs, but we don't really care. That's interesting. It immediately gets rid of all of those jobs. Although technically they'll still be under a roof, but I don't really care. And then, because this is not a room anymore, we can do some of this, I believe. So instead of having the warehouse in there, we have now put import depots. Which means no workers. Oh man, I didn't catch the first cough there. No workers and also first delivery. So we might have to do that to a couple different buildings. Maybe make a new baker. The final baker. Yeah, we have the 3 governors. We'll probably need to take a new governor soon. But honestly, I don't think I need another region. I don't really care for it. So now we set this to stone. And don't ever purchase it. Yes. Yes. Theoretically, too, they can store extra on the ground near the import depot. Yes. Unlimited power. Unlimited import depot power. Now, did that boost my productivity? It feels like it did by 20. I think it did. It's not bad, though. Alright, so let's take a peek. Let's take a gander over here. Now, we could do the same here. Now, this is going to help free up all this maintenance as well. Let's cancel the job so that we keep the roof. And then we put just the import depot. We don't need multiple. Right there. Then we can dismantle these again. So they'll be able to walk across. I don't know if it takes away from the structure of the inside of the Weaver building, but I kind of want to take another spot here and put doors so that they can go that way. Let's see. Holy shit. The amount of movement. So let's take a peek now. How much is it at? Fabric 4. Roughly 4. Now it's dropped further. That could be just due to something else happening right there. So we accept cotton, turn that off. And then the best part is we can actually fill this up with stone roads. Damn. If only I had half a brain in the past. Damn, we got down all the way through those 300 fucking crazy boys. That's fucking amazing. Let's take a peek now. Still at 22. But once this gets the actual delivery... Because we're getting taxes, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. See, this shouldn't be happening. It's overflowed. And this is completely full. They've got plenty of space and stuff. There we go. It's like they have to move all of the clay, the thousands of clay, off of the import depot just to build it. Oh, that sucks. That's kind of a weird mechanic. They have to move the literal thousands and thousands and thousands of clay off of this point. And then people are wondering where their workers are in the late game. Instead of just building the import depot. It's all gonna go here anyways. This is just for the simplicity of doing it with bigger rooms. No maintenance on those rooms. Alright, good job. So that's all situated. Now what I want to do is, I think I really do need to get a better organization for my metal production. Now this building here has got that same kind of issue. What can we do about that? If we did this, we'd have to build walls around. So we put that there, and then technically it won't fit there. But it should. This is 5 wide. Because I want to have the middle have hole. But we may just put haulers there. You're gonna be the one to get work here. So we'll do that like so. That's fine. Because what we're gonna do is this, dismantle that. We'll have to remove these walls. And then something like this. So that way they can get access to the grain through here. Now we put the import depot. We'll actually let them finish that first, so we can build this in. I think it's only poorly insulated because of that. Yeah, it should fix itself. Yep, there we go. So now, logistics, we'll be able to put these import depots inside of the building for the grain. Change where they're off putting it. And then put haulers. Like I said, I really don't like the 2x2s, so we'll just do something like in the middle like that for the coal, because it's really not that much. Or, I lied. Takes 450, so. Something like that. And we'll check this one compared to the other one and see which one is better. I'm assuming that the other one is going to be significantly, or not significant, but a little bit less. So set, 3 guys here. We'll do this same here, 3 per pole. Luckily, there's not as much material in this area for them to have to move. So right now it's at 6,300. What's this one? 6,100. So technically it's already better, but let's see if it gets any better. Because then we can take these grains out. Alright. Then dismantle these 2 guys. Kind of cut the middle ground there, so potentially 6,000 at a time can be delivered here. So at one point or another, there'll be at least the total amount of grain needed. So yeah, it's going to drop a little bit, but then it should recover itself. Hoping. We'll take a peek at that in a minute. Now I've got how many smelters? I know there's a smelter over here. 3 smelters. This smelter, which ideally could be fixed up. I think this would be the most ideal spot for a potential new temple of Athuri. I don't want to take this out, but I would attach it probably to here, like that. It wouldn't be the biggest, but it would definitely be able to cover some of their needs. So that's what we're going to do. We'll try to move that out. So we've got this smelter over here. He's not the most efficient either. This is tough because I need to figure out where it's going to start. And most of our industrial work is kind of down here, so I think it will be here. So what we'll do is we'll create our new refinery. There's a metal smelter. Then challenges I need to know. I think they're 5. Oops. They're 5 by 9. Okay, so there has to be a space. That's 5, 6, 7. Okay, so it should be right there. So we're going to cover the rest of the space with the smelter. like that, and then you'll fill it in like this. Hey, Blue Moon, how you doing? What population or what race are you in? 6. Sorry, I lost track of my brain for a second there. And that's the consensus. I see most people are kind of stuck there. Tilapis, yeah, that's about right. Tilapis are a lot more challenging, especially at the higher population levels. Is there anything specifically that you feel like you're stuck on that I might be able to help you with? Then we'll put our auxiliaries over here. That's the best we're gonna get, 6. I guess we could store quite a lot of metal there. As long as we're grabbing it off of there. I can give you basic tips if you'd like as well. Tilapia ideas. Well, battle's another whole problem in general with 6. It's really challenging to understand. You kind of have to start at the basics and understand like where your population goals should be. So, unfortunately, 6 is not like a lot of other games where when you're playing, you get to play as, one, tier, and then you boost up to the next tier rather quickly, in most games. This game is more like it takes you actual real life time, long time to get to that. So you have to go through like the Stone Age. I can give you some tilapia tips. I think that all these tips are relative to all of the races. Keep in mind that every single thing that you do is going to incur a new deficit on your population. So like a lot of people will see that there's 8 billion jobs that they could fill. There's so many different crafting opportunities, etc. But until like your first 1,000 or 2,000 people, really all you want to do, especially as tilapia, honestly, all you want to do as tilapia is just make furniture. Like make tons and tons and tons of furniture. But there's another thing that you can get. Don't put any time into see that boost they get. They should have a boost to it. Where the fuck are they? Occupation, work priorities. These little fuckers here should be better at crafting in the carpenter. Now they're average, but still. They should be out there carpentering up. Or doing the things they like doing, which is like fruit orchards and stuff. But don't put a lot of time into knowledge-based work. A lot of players will start building labs and libraries very quickly, trying to get the most out of their research. You get natural boosts from just getting the level ups, and you usually don't have to use those points for anything. So you can just keep them and store them for other things you might need. Arnak? What do you mean? Oh, get the fuck out of here. But there's a lot of things. I always keep in mind that, like I said, with the new updates you're gonna add to your city, everything costs something. So keeping that in mind, this is your best option for making weapons and tools early on. So having this makeshift weapons allows you to do I'm pretty sure I still am working with the stone, yeah, stone and wood upgrade here for my carpenter, making spears. I could switch that over to metal and make more of them. Potentially, it's easier to make more with the metal. But I'm also making it off of a very cheap material that's easy to come by. You know, and then having a lot of guys like, 200 Talapis, because your first army should just be everybody in your whole city with a spear, trained up to like 10 to 20%, maybe 30 if you got time on the melee training. Honestly, I should switch this over soon though. But we're gonna do that when I build my smelter. Unfortunately though, I'm in that like later game stage where everything I'm doing is so irrelevant to like the early game. Yes, most if not all players fall into that trap of there's so much to do, I want to do it all, and then unfortunately most of the stuff is kind of like mid to late game stuff that you should be doing after the fact. Yeah. It does once you get a hold of it, and the other major thing that players don't know is rations. Now, in your situation, a lot of players are going to go, okay, well, I have to make rations. He told me to make rations. So you're going to go into a ration maker, and you're going to see, oh, where is it? Ration maker. There's a boost, or a recipe there for bread. There's one for meat, one for fish, one for fruit, one for vegetables. And some players, I don't know why, they start to get that idea that they should do the fruit one, because they're Talapi, and Talapi make fruit stuff. That would be impossible, and it's not even worth it. It's actually like a waste of your time. You'd be better off having like a dedicated group of Talapis just making bread, and then some of them also collecting wild herbs, because there's going to be like a patch of wild herbs like this right here. And then you make rations with that spare bread. Don't have your people eat the bread. Turn it off in their access like this, and then make sure that their food stall has the same turned off bread. And that way that bread is just specifically for rations, and it'll store it as food, and then you turn off them eating the rations, which will build up food days stored. You don't need to make bread, but it would be a lot simpler than the alternative, which is when you're making rations, you have your food source. Your primary food source as Talapis should be either fruit or meat. For the most part, it's usually meat. But where's my ration maker? The ration maker works on different recipes. So, for example, just 6 bread will give you 2 rations. 3 bread and 0.03 herbs is going to give you 2.5 rations, which is the best deal you're going to get. The other ones are 3 and 0.13, and this adds up pretty quickly. So every 10 rations, you're going to need at least 1 or 2 herbs to make, maybe 15 to 20 rations, compared to this one, where you can get far more out of that 1 herb with your bread. And if your people are eating the bread, they don't care. They already don't like doing all the jobs anyways. So like, keep in mind that they might not be good at a job, and they might not even like doing it, but everybody has a base 50-50 for the most part, or they're 50 or 100% skill. So like Talapis on most things are going to say 50% fulfillment and like 100% skill. So they're average at it, and they don't really like it, but it's average. I think that you should be eating the meat and the fruit, but you should be turning excess food into rations. But the only reason why I even bring up that bread strat is because in order to keep up with the ration making with meat, you're going to need a field for herbs. So either way, you're going to have to put people into making either herbs in a farm or making bread. So you'd be better off just growing the grain, which is a better growth rate. You can get more of it. And then having like 2 dudes making bread. And if you have Talapis, they cut wood anyways. They're really good at it. So you can put woodcutters anywhere there's alluvium. Even if there's no trees, you can put a woodcutter. So you could have literally woodcutters throughout your entire city, and they don't care because they don't mind the noise. Tilapis are OP in their own weird way, but you have to understand how they work. They're primarily wood-based economy. Meat kind of is a good thing for them, but the worst part about meat is its expiration. And people will say, oh yeah, bread expires at the same rate, but ideally, if you have your good ration set up, you'll be turning almost all your bread into rations. You're not eating any of it. It's not important. You're welcome. Yeah, I try to give like relevant information to a new player without like giving you the meta guide. I only give you those because you could do the meat and have like, you know, herb farms instead, but that will cost you the knowledge for the herbs, because unfortunately herbs, depending on the pasture, the random raw pasture that you're gonna have, is not going to be as good as like a farm. But even then, farming herbs is not very good. It's like so bad. So let's check on this guy over here. Should be getting there. So we'll put the 2 import depots here. That's going to be for ore and coal. And then I could potentially fit, I think, another one in here, like this, yeah. We'll just do 2 of each, matter of fact. It's a very, very complex game. Like, it took me about 100 plus hours, maybe 200 hours, just to get like understanding of what's happening. Like I said, the humans are kind of like the easy guys for most players, because they're the most normal, they're average tier, they play by the rules for 6. Like, they're brutal, but they're not too brutal. Some of the stuff that the other races have are like very brutal, and it says that the humans are like a medium difficulty. They're only challenging if you don't understand the food systems, but that's true for all the races in this game. Once you understand how food works and storing food, you'll understand like how to keep it going. Yeah, based on the fact that you understood what I was saying and you had like valid issues, I could tell you've played about that much. It took me until about 100 hours to start seeking help anyways, because I was like hitting that stopgap where I was like, oh no, what the hell do I do? Let's check on this again. We were gonna check and see. Seems because we're still not getting the delivery of grain to here. I mean, I don't know what's stopping them though. Probably this. This situation over here. Alright, well, we'll do this. Delete those 2 guys so that way we can get more grain. And then we dismantle this fella here. We change the shape of him like this. Good. And then we just kind of had weird doors throughout the way here, like kind of here, like that. Don't let it discourage you though. Tilapia are brutally hard. Like, they are the hard mode of 6. Arthimi, Tilapi, Kryptonian. Those guys are basically like you're playing big boy mode. Yes, hanging criminals is very good. I believe you can check the deterrent rate on the top here by clicking right click on this, or not right click. It's clicking it here, and then I think you hover over it. Yeah, so everything's gonna give a deterrent. So like killing somebody in arena, 200%. Hanging somebody, 200%. Enslaving somebody, 100%. And then nothing from jail. This is just the rate at which I'm doing it, and then this is the rate at which I'm arresting people, 26%. But killing them in the arena and stacking it with executing and enslaving them is like, you know, gonna be the best. Most people are not gonna be able to withstand such power. And the best part about hanging them is you can eat them after. Yeah, tilapia are brutal in that fashion. You can get pretty efficient with it. You could turn the tilapias into basically like the hills have eye culture, where they have like massive industries dedicated to like the corpses that they're decimating because they're eating everybody, and they're turning the cotton and leather from like Amevians and other species that you collect in war. If you had a multi-racial city with like tilapias as your main race too, you could get away with it. While you have all your other races kind of like kept it down in the dirt, and you're eating them and doing other horrible things to them. Really fun, honestly. I like doing it. That'll probably be the next city I do, is how brutal can I be on my people. So we'll put coal, or ore, I mean, ore, and then, oops, coal. Yeah, 6 is a brutal game. I love it. I wouldn't have it any other way. Alright, set that to this. I play that way. I really like to just restart and start a new city all the time. It's a lot more fun for me. Maybe I'll even add more onto here or do something else. That space I just got back here. That's good. I'm glad you do. I love 6 a lot. There's a lot of things I don't love about it, but I do love the core concept of what 6 is. Like I've spent way too much time. I think I'm at like 1,400 hours or so. Probably getting close. And every stream I do is about like 5 hours on 6. Nice. So we got this 120-man smelter here with the big boy import depot in the center there, so we could take out this fella, but he's pretty good. Wow, the automod actually did its fucking job. Also, I don't know why Caster's being a little bitch. Let me switch that, because I'm supposed to have... You know, you're not a beginner. You're not a beginner. I'm supposed to have fucking screen, text to screen or whatever. Noticing that it's not going through. I don't know why it's not coming through. Yeah, there's so much to learn in 6. Oh, chat got turned off, that's why. I don't know how I did that. Do I have it linked to a key? I must... Oh, okay. I do have it linked to a key. Forgot I did that. Yeah, you're not a noob, though. I mean, in terms of gameplay, you're probably gonna struggle a little more than like somebody who's played the 10,000 hours like I have. But like, really, I'm always learning something too. I have not like learned or mastered the game in any fashion. Like, this is a new method of building designs that I'm testing right now because I don't even know if it's better or worse. It seems better. I don't really know yet. I haven't really gotten to see the benefit of it. But like, oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah, it is better. 250 grain better. Swing, 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 swing. Oh yeah, baby. Hell yeah. I'm just optimizing at this point in my city and seeing how optimal I can get every little detail of all of my systems. And if I can potentially make the grandest like cities. But there are definitely players who like max out on every detail in the city, like the depth of like how far you have to walk to something. But truthfully, I think you should play with like a role play and just enjoy it. Like, Tilapia the best for that role play. Hey Fernando, I do love this as well. It's such a good game. Welcome. Don't use embassy. don't mess with the embassy. That's like a much forever later. Don't even think about the embassy, honestly, because it's just gonna waste your time. You're not gonna get the thing you want out of it, unfortunately. How much tools are we making? Not to be like a dick, but for real, like, it's such a bum. Like, it doesn't really give you the value that you think you would get out of it. You would need to have like 50 to 80 guys just bust an ass in the embassy to try to get that going. So ideally, I think I want to try to organize this. We'll take these two guys out here. Right. So now we take away that, right? Dismantle, dismantle. Dismantle. Clear this out. I want this space to be cleared out too. Because this is going to be the new tool warehouse workshop here. We're going to have the center be... It's going to take me a second. Center is going to be for the storage. It's perfect. It's 15. It is a perfect building. Best part is we don't need to have the import depot. Although, yeah, we'll keep it inside for haulers. Okay, there we go. This is for the tools. So we'll put that like this. $60 people working on tools. I'll show you in 1 second after I finish this building. It's pretty easy, but also a little bit more complex than it seems. You need to have the governor or the governor points in order to actually have the control it. Yeah, I'll show you, don't worry. It is a tough mechanic to pick up and get. 2 spots for the tools is fine. So we have doors here for people to get to their jobs. Doors here. Alright. Yeah, of course. I love helping people. It's like my jam, my bread and butter. So when you go, typically what you're gonna want to do is, so my region's name is Fiend Freaktown here, right? This is my capital. The capital is not a region. It's just your capital. It has no control like these regions do. So my first region was this region, I believe, on Vernon, or someone like this. What I did was I waited for a region next to me to either collapse into a rebel region, which they usually will after quite some time. They always will be peaceful to you. Almost always will be peaceful to you, unless you start doing weird stuff and invading their lands or doing weird, like crossing over their land. So if you have a rebel region, let's say this was a rebel region, you would want to go and you'd click the sword figure here, and you can recruit an army. And wherever your capital is, going to let you put an army here, right? Now, typically, you're going to want to have saved at least, 50 to 200,000 denarii, which is quite a lot, I know, but that is so that you could buy a group of horse archers or whatever archers, but you're probably not going to win your first battle. So I recommend you in the menu, you can actually do custom battles and test battles and set yourself up against enemies that are about 200 to 350 at like melee training 20% with like one spear and one leather armor, because that's going to replicate the rebels. Those are what rebels carry. They're typically between 200 right here. Sometimes they're even less. They have like 169 guys, and this rebel group is going to have, they have a shield as well. So they have one leather, one shield, and one spear, and 15% melee training and 15% archery, which is irrelevant. So this type of group is what you're going to be against for your first region. You need to be able to kill that group, depending on what mercenary group you get and your skills at battle. The mercenaries are very expensive, but it is also extremely challenging to field a real army, as it takes roughly, I believe, I have 600 troops. Yeah, it takes half of your rations. Or so if you had 600, it's going to take 300 rations per day to feed them. So you need to have a production rate over that. So if you wanted to field 200 guys, you need to have 100 plus rations, plus the clothing to keep them warm, and you'd also need to have the weapons and the armor as such to get them equipped. So it's quite a complex mechanic. I don't recommend it in a new game, especially if you're a newer player, unless you see a perfect golden opportunity where they have like under 200 rebel troops and you have some really good mercenaries, you have plenty of money, then you go for it, But it is going to be a lot harder than it seems. Hopefully that answers it. Because sometimes my answer is going to be like, don't do that. And unfortunately, it's just so that you don't get stressed out and frustrated by it. It is a cumbersome mechanic. For the most part, you can get your city pretty self-sufficient on all your materials coming in. Having mines, and I know the Telepis don't like mining and stuff, but they will do it. Get a good amount of materials out of it. That's the one thing that I got stuck on the most, was that because I thought they didn't like it or weren't good at it, I didn't want them doing it. And then I got over that hurdle and I was like, oh, well, it doesn't fucking matter. Really, truthfully. So long as they're doing the job, getting me the material. One ore is going to get you, whatever amount of ore or metal is going to get from that. So let me see, where's my smelter? So like if you have guys, mining 2 or 3 ore, technically you will still get some metal out of it, eventually at the end of the day. And that's money saved in your pocket. But that's like after you get your initial setup. So if you had like, let's say 30% or 40% on food, you might want to have like 10% total on odd industries. Yeah, exactly. If you can do it with slaves, that's better. And the best part about Garthemes is they're good at it, and they don't really mind being slaves. And if they die, you can just turn them into Garthemi shakes and lasagnas and stuff. It's really like a perfect system. Yeah, that's way more than I need, so let's drop that down. The thing to keep in mind is that sometimes rebel regions are really good to keep nearby, although neighbor regions will try to steal them from you. The reason being is that the rebel regions you can, like, actively farm, especially once you understand mechanics. You can farm them for, like, slaves by killing their, like, armies and then enslaving the remainders. And you get, like, huge swaths if you have stockades big enough for the 300 to 400 guys or whatever. And then I have a good short on my YouTube about that, where I'm, like, constantly attacking this region and sending, like, 5,000 to 7,000 slaves. Like, thousands of slaves back home. Not thousands, it felt like thousands, but I had too many slaves to process. I had, like, 8 different cannibal buildings with, like, 12 guys each. They're all chopping people up and turning them into clothing. So this should be much more beneficial. Look at that. Look at that. That's fucking nice. Gotta love it. Gotta love to see it. Let's put this up to 40. So we very easily switched that over and fixed our problem there. So now we can decorate the front. Do something like that. Of course. Good luck on that. Thank you for joining me. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. I might actually... I could have lied about that being... This could be the perfect spot for a new physician. Because I don't think we have a good physician over here. Yeah. We need the health. Our boys are always unhealthy. Right. Put some workbenches. I could put those through the middle, or I could put 2 of these shelves like that. I see. Okay, so we can add a little bit more space on here. Let's see if we can force the rest of these shelves in here. Perfect. So new doorway there. How are we doing on the babies? Oh, I see. We are very low on fruit. And our population cap is limited there. Makes sense. It's crazy that all this time I didn't have to do this until now. Let's hope that that makes the difference. Wow. So what I was just talking about is letting one of these regions nearby just fall apart. And then capping them after they fall apart. Oslo, you're worthless to me. You're pretty bad. You're shit. Your ass cheeks. Just as bad. They all suck. None of these regions are worthwhile to me. Truthfully. Because I will drop maybe one of my regions to get a better region. But we already have herbs. We already have fruit. That one gives me coal, which I don't really care for. This one might be worthwhile. But we'd have to go through Oslo. Technically, having Oslo would connect us to our region, though. I don't want to expand myself too much. And this guy's providing the leather. But he is a pretty bad region. Tough choices. He provides me so little in leather. How much does it cost to import leather? Where is my import depot? 50 to 60. Naya has $15, 15 denarii leather. That is pretty good. So my thought is that, like, why is this not filling up too, though? That should be something. This one uses 30 or 300 just to get to 600. It gives me 300 boost, I believe. Yeah. Set that. It's really not this region that I want, it's this one. But it's the connection that I want. Winterstar is good. This region is kind of a mess. Is that the only region that provides me with the gems, though? Yes, it is. So what I think I do is I drop Hiddeberg here. Not now. I wish you got the money back for doing this stuff. Oh, we're gonna go for Oslo. It's areas 129, 121 compared to, doesn't say, 362, but its moisture is god awful. Anything over 100,000. It does give good meat taxes, so I give them that. The 900 meat per day is pretty hard to trade up on. Really, none of these regions have good production for fucking any animals. We might not be able to do it. Because we would need at least 400 or not 400, but probably close to 200 workers on Enteldome pastures in the home world here. Just to get that equal. Not to mention they'd have to physically grab it. Yeah, the drinks give them a huge boost. Only challenge is they need to get it from somewhere. Alright, we'll build the tavern now. Our first ever tavern. And I kind of always planned to have the tavern here. Even though we were going to keep the space, but there's no point now. Put that back. Then we shove a table in here too. Perfect. Looks good to me. Get the tavern going. Also give them a little bit of a hauler so that they can get access to it. Or the alcohol. So I'm gonna make sure none of my other regions here have anything I could do with them. This guy is making me the taxes, so probably should do tax office. That's just gonna help across the regions. And then they're not too bad. Like, this guy and the other two give me fucking 30,000 plus 60,000, so we're making like 100,000. What are we looking for? Alcohol. Two people grab it. I'm finally doing good on mushrooms. See? What did I say? Anytime you do something bad in this game, it's gonna bite you in your ass. Do not be bad. Be good. Be a good person. Or else suffer the consequences. Alright. Let's store all of our spare metal in there. And then I think what we'll have to start doing is building our actual smithies over here. Because we need falcatas now. How do I want to do this? We go big, I think. 11. And then it's gonna be one of these through the middle. Set up our workbenches. So that's 72. That's far more than I need for this building here. I gotta bring it down a little bit. The reason I like to leave those double lanes so that they can walk past the back of the guy that's working in front of him. And I think with this one we might do the storage internally. Right, like that. Yeah, that works out perfect. So this will be the smithy design for both armor and swords. Although it looks like we might need the smelter upgrade here too, yeah. Because now that I'm looking at it, I think I'm going to need actually an additional smelter like this. We'll probably put him right here. Because you always need absolute tons of it. Let's put... It's all innovation, so we can use that. 61, 96. We need to get one of these regions to give me more. One thing we need to also get going is extra storage for stone, because we want to have stored away like at least a couple thousand. Alright, that's good. In case any events occur that we need something. What's going on here? Don't tell me. Is it a paper issue? No. It's a population issue. We also may as well put this last tool in here while we can. Boost that up. First ever tavern. Yay! What's going on, brothers? Why aren't you collecting the PIVA that I have sent you to collect? So there's... Didn't I tell you to go get my drinks? What the fuck do you think this is? How's my army's training, by the way? I gotta check them. Hell yeah! Hell yes! That's what I'm talking about! Flex on them! Nobody's gonna want to mess with me. Nobody. See if we can't get a bigger army going. Probably not in this episode. Or stream. See, now if you're already full, how many do I need produced? What the fuck? That doesn't seem right. It only cost me a little bit of materials to double that. So let's take a peek at the furniture. Yeah, we'll take 150. Why not? I need the people right now. These guys should be better, yeah. 6,500 is what they're at. This one's lower because it doesn't have the full workers and more. Why is that though? Oh, because I moved the bread over to there. mean, it works best for this area. May as well just put it in the corner there. I don't care what they look like to that degree. I just want them to be more efficiently pulling the bread. How the fuck did we get 165 workers when we... Oh, because there's 100 workers here. I'm like, I just got 150. Now, this is an exorbitant building, for sure. Whoa, why do I have 20 workers here? What the fuck? Right. Perfect. So this will be metal stored away, and then coal. I'm pretty sure we need a decent amount of both. Never gonna fill up, so I want to have a way past, or it shouldn't fill up. Nice, that immediately feels like it's getting out much faster. Hell yeah. Hell fucking yeah. Why did it switch over to cobblestone? What the fuck? That was my fault. We'll just have to let them finish the work, because I'm not going to go through and try to undo everything I just did. She's for the cobblestones, my friend. That is not your lass. She is the village's communal wench. There we go. That should be all of it. This is gonna take quite some time though. Finish up. Few more workers here should be fine. We don't even need it. It's never gonna get full, so we'll put that like that. The corner jeweler. I don't get how our admin keeps dropping. Stop it. What the fuck? 64 swords. Well, we're gonna need somewhere to store all those damn swords. I think the best place would be to put all of our spare weapons kind of back here. My boys. You're gonna have nice equipment stores for the fucking upcoming wars that are being planned by my neighbors. Then we need some metal. Alright. This is K Jewelers. Anyone who knows K Jewelers, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. They're at the mall. That's exactly what we put down here. Nice old K Jewelers. And then we'll put a, we'll put a tree here just to, actually, you know what? A pillar. Pillar sounds more luxurious. Also, it's time for a smoke. Old smoky bunk. Been such a good time in this city. I'm worried that the neighbors are gonna say something and do something to me soon. They tend to like to bamboozle you when you least expect it. Fancy lights would be the last thing we need to do. It's very expensive, but we will upgrade our lights to fancy lights here. Actually, we'll upgrade all of our stuff through the downtown road here. Eventually, I'll upgrade it all, but I probably should stop right here. Although, actually, fabric shield's nice. I wish you could just, like, click all of them and upgrade every single torch. That's fine. Whatever. We'll go through it like this. Because I'd like to have them all upgraded through the city. Be a nice upgrade to have. Because I'm pretty sure they care about the torch itself. Yeah, they don't care about the lighting. They just care about the torch. So long as they have access to that, they're happy. And upgrading the benches should just be something now that we do here. My main concern is I don't want to upgrade structures like that by accident, like that market. Because it costs significantly more. Good lord, man, there's so many torches. I'm bound to miss one. Good fucking lord. There's so many. I'm about to get carpal tunnel syndrome over here. Trying to upgrade them all. After the pause, I'm gonna finish up on the upgrading of these things. Here, we may as well do that one too. We already did the other one. Alright, I lied. I lied. I'll do these ones too. Good lord. Good lord, dear lord. That should be almost all of them. I believe that is all of the torches. Sure, I'll find more. But now we have upgraded torches throughout the city. That wasn't too painful. We got 50 workers in the jewelry too. So we could potentially take somebody from Waverly here, I think. Put them on jewelry. Right. Oof. Hold on, never mind, I take that back. You were doing better as the weaver. Oh, it's still just really bad. I need more workers. I don't get where my taxes are going. Should be coming right here. For the fiber. He's basically right next door to me. I don't get it. It's worked on all the other buildings. Is it because my guys are selling fabric at such an exorbitant rate here? Fiber, I mean. Yeah, it should be at that limit at anything over 95%. They should be selling it. How's it going, Lazoza? Thank you for the raid, that's awesome. I really appreciate that. How you doing, Old Mill? And the low riot. Welcome, welcome. You caught me during my smoke break. Thank you. You want me to do a little bit of a city tour here? I'm pretty proud of it. I think I'm doing pretty good. Alright, well, we'll go over the regions that I actually, have named for now. But we'll start with, the corner, because this is my favorite stuff here. So we got the big-ass ration zone. We got 132 storage, 132,000, sorry, space for storage of rations on both of these buildings. This one was full. It is not anymore. And this one is filling up. The reason this one's not as full is because there's not as many workers. They're pulling it for this one, mostly. Then we have Asylum Alley, where I keep all my insane people, and I try to return them back to sanity. Nice, beautiful little row here, so they can walk down. And it's just away from the main area, and they have to get rations anyways for it. Speaking of which, I should probably put a doorway so that they can enter the back here. Then we have their basic services for the housing down here. This would be, I think I call this a South Old Town, yeah. We've got a restaurant, nice little restaurant, lavatory, and I've got like haulers pulling foods. Typically these are full, but sometimes they get a little slowed down. We've got our nice pools for the people to enjoy as they go to eat or take a big old dump. And then we have like mass grave services over here. Thank you. It is a pretty big city. This is one of my best cities, so I'm not afraid to brag on it. We've got our nice little graveyard. We just added the tavern services. Yeah, 7K city is very hard to organize. I try to be as organized as I possibly can. We got our nice food stalls. I have every one of the food stalls set up with like a hauler, import depots for the foods that they are getting extra, like eggs and mushrooms. And then we also have other ones that have like offloaders, unloaders that are right next to the food stall for bread, because I'm producing huge numbers of bread. And I've got my import depots inside my refinery, so that the import depot is the first place. Let me get rid of my smoke. I'll take a second here, because it's gonna take me a second to like go over. We've got these guys. So import depots are the first thing that's gonna get your taxes. Then it goes to the warehouse. Then it goes to wherever else. I believe it might go to the throne first, but I think it goes here. And so the idea is that these bakers, they only have to go to the center. The furthest guy, this guy here, Adelivia, has to go to this portion. They have to go, whatever, fucking 20 tiles to get to here. Obviously, these guys are going to be much more efficient, but I keep in mind that the furthest one is going to be my weakest link of my building. So I have that going like that. In my opinion, this is one of the more efficient setups. I could probably add more space off to here and here if I had more area, and expand on that, but I'm fine for now. Then we've got this is a flex. The 37,000 herbs is just a big old flex on my behalf. And then we have 2 more ration buildings next to our ration maker. They're turning bread into rations. Got the janitor and the other baker. So this baker is kind of like a local baker. He's doing the local funding of everything, keeping these guys fed and keeping other jobs over here like this ration maker and this ration maker stocked. But this guy, he's specifically, and you can see this used to have import depot here until I moved them inside. The plan was that these guys are baking. They load them into haulers. There's haulers jobs to grab bread and fill these, and then the loaders grab from the haulers specifically, and they send these loaders to each food stall that's a little bit further away from this area. So that's like my food area. Then we have our surprisingly only one carpenter building making furniture. I should probably have a second one in the same setup here, but now that I know this new setup, I'm actually going to probably put an import depot inside of this building. It's going to require a little bit of changing and reorganizing the shape, so I'll probably do that after. Thank you. Thank you. I try. I mean, I've got a lot of hours in 6. I've played too much. I try not to do just a typical grid city. I try to do grid with like layouts, because like, for example, these guys live in like a slum. But then we have like people who live in like the nice neighborhoods where they have like pools in front of their houses and like plenty of access to benches. And then this is like the downtown. Thank you, Low Riot. I think it's Low Riot. This is my like downtown plaza, like one of my main plazas. I think I have 1,400 hours or 1,300 hours in the game, so like pretty good amount. But there's definitely people who have more. I'm nowhere near as like good. I've just got a very good eye for humans. I really like human cities, and this is like my pride droid. I think I named it, Pleasant Park. So this is like all done here. Yeah, well, most people don't really have the I do streaming for like YouTube and Twitch, so I get to play it a lot more than I Probably. I actually no. I think I play less now that I do it. I used to play like 10 to 12 hours a day. And I would just build cities and then build a new city and then build a new one and just keep going. So I eventually got the idea I should upload them. We've also got so much. I honestly, if I was to go on it, I'd probably be going on for hours. We've got this area here, which is my pride and joy as well. I'll go over the prides, the things I'm proud of. Our admin zone. Admin zone is at a point where it might need a new admin building, but basically what's going to happen is I'm just plopping down new admins in this area. We've got our paper maker on the side. We're going to switch that up to the way I have it with imports. And then we have a little hospital for our baker, because I like local bakers too. Yeah. Admin is really, really a bitch, so I planned out my admin actually before I even got the admin, so that I knew exactly how I was going to do it. But keep in mind, I have huge boosts to admin based on my occupation through education here. So admin should be at 0.66, and if I go and I click on it and I look at it, where is it? Value. It gives you a boost. The current effect your administration have on your city overhead will become. It gives you an effect of 10%. I didn't know that it does that. That's interesting. We all learned something new. The boost should be there. I have quite a bit of admin. Yeah, species 1.25, tools 0.5, education 0.59, and then technologies it's 0.1. So I have quite a bit of admin knowledge shoved away, even though I'm still seeing problems with admin. It's because of my population. That's interesting. I never really pay attention too much. So you know more than me on that one. Let's get some people to fill these voids. Let's actually also upgrade you too. Yeah, nice little housing zone here with work pastures to keep the leather coming in. I've got my local mushroom farms, but I also have taxed mushroom farms. This island, I like this little island here. And our pumps, the pump boys, which I have surrounded by walls so that they don't make noise and bother people walking by. Then what else we got? As we keep going up, these are mostly native people. 0.63. They were all originally natives until I had to get some more. So we have 5 total nurseries of about 160 each babies. You got our physician, hospital, lavatory. My health zones I usually kind of match together. You got a little ore mine in here with the metal smelter next door to grab all the ore. Process it down into metal, and then it's getting brought over here to the jeweler. Not much of it. And then we also have a library, tiny library over here. Pretty sure he's supposed to be using leather. Yeah, should have been using leather here. So we get a boost on that knowledge. I like to build smaller libraries or dedicated libraries to leather instead of having all of them be on leather. I just keep like 1 or 2 because it's huge cost. And then the same with libraries. We got our orchards, our K jewelers here. Actually, you can name it K jeweler. Oh, look at that! I can't even spell. K jewelers. Yeah, more of the nurseries, and then my one training ground, which has kept me pretty well and equipped. Oh yeah, shit, we can upgrade it too. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Feels good. Feels good. We've basically just been going along and upgrading shit. This one's a really, really nice one too, because this is the hard part. Keeping food services so high, and we have our services at 5 food per day, and then also 25 food days. Thank you. My army is quite badass. There's these guys, my 2,600, and then I also have 600 trained troops in the world region here. And they're much tougher than the troops in my garrison. And then this is my throne room. This is my Capitol building here. I haven't named it, I don't think. So let's put throne room, I think. Yeah. Wait, Capitol building, it's already done. So we have the Capitol building. And I store all my gems here and my Sithlon back here just to kind of, you know, flex on people. And then this is where we export all of our goods, all the excess materials that I get. And for the most part, everything else is pretty substandard. I guess this is kind of like the cool part here too, my giant temple to Athuri. And I'm pretty sure I have a inn here, but these guys always have complaints. Oh wait, holy shit, never mind. I'm getting big ass fucking stars now. I'm getting 4 stars. Athuri be praised, my Dundarian brothers. Let me tell you about Fiend Freaktown. He had a fucking freaky time in Freaktown. $5,500 that freak gave me. And this thing earns me $196,000. I think that's daily, potentially. So we're doing really well on money, although I'm always sitting at like $1 million because I'm spending a lot of it on eggs and fucking mushrooms. Yeah, well, you can keep certain ones out by clicking on the tab. So if you don't have buildings specifically for that type of people, you could switch it. So, like, for example, I just had humans at the beginning, and they weren't very happy until I upgraded shit. But they seem to have like the top of the line most expectations. So if your fulfillment is like, you know, not into the 30s or close to 30, it seems like you're not going to get full stars. But if you're at 30 and above for like your whole city, you're going to start to see that shit come in. I think it's not that they don't like the libraries. I think that they don't like their overall experience, and then the game just says, I don't like the libraries. I think it's more that their overall experience needs to be boosted. So, like, for example, I went and upgraded all my torches, and I have upgraded wells and speakers and all this other stuff that they're interested in. You know, stages. And, they also have this now, which is a huge boost, I think. Having a Temple of Athuri is kind of like the grandstand. Also, it looks like it's degrading. We're going to need a janitor for that. Sometimes I'll do crazy, dumb shit, like build a janitor that's as long as my Temple of Athuri, but don't be like me. Don't do as I do. It's not ideal. Works out for me. No, don't worry about it. It's alright. If you have all your services upgraded and they're still being bitches, I think it might be the race of people. I believe they have a different expectation rate as well. But I don't know too much about them. But Temple of Malori, you know, that's a tougher one. You know, Shmalur is pretty bad. Pretty sure you're Shmalori. It gives you the raid security, and it gives you the potential to have Argonash, but it's pretty tough. Yeah, oh, your Mevians. If you're having any kind of trouble, I would just bring a Mevians, dude. Turn off all the others and have just a Mevians. If your city's just a Mevian people, they'll come and they'll just always be happy. But keep in mind that everything is going to have a different value based on these here. So depending on how many arrows a thing has, it's going to be more valuable to them or less valuable. So for example, like humans starving is a bad one. Being at war is a bad one. Wrongful deaths is a big one. But there's nothing really serious that will really tweak out a human too bad, unless it's an event. But if you keep their food servings and their furniture and their drink servings and their clothes up there, you could get away with doing things that they don't really like, desecrating them, you know, keeping corpses. You could even put cannibalism in and get away with it. Fuck yeah. Animals. One thing I do want to get, though, is like a much better process for this one, too. Thank you. I thank you. I think that's why I had a decent. I have a decent following. I shouldn't say I had. I have a decent following on YouTube. I'm very new to Twitch though, so it's less evident on that end. But I have played so many different series, and quite a lot of people have followed from what I think is like my city building. Thank you. No pressure. I'm lucky that I do this for just as a fun thing. Because like I said, when I started, I initially just had so many cities that I would just like build and then destroy. Or forget about and never look back on. Who knows, I probably had better ones in the past. And I rolled on that. Ether. What is with this admin? Some of your admin is not functioning. But you have paper. You have space. Why? Why? They are gonna make me mad. I'm just gonna do one of these classic bad boys right here. Oh, it's gonna be like that, huh? Oh wait, actually we need to take that back. That's not wall. But I've always liked building cities. It's 6 allows me to do the actual city building that I'd love to do in more games, but I have played quite a lot of different. I actually kind of like the like roller coaster tycoon games and stuff a lot too, but I haven't gotten the chance to like play them for anybody or anything. I freaking love roller coaster games. Yeah, there's not a lot of like really good city build. Like people always ask me like, "Oh, have you played this one or this one?" I'll be like, "I've played every single possible city builder there is. If it exists, I have played it. I'm addicted to them." 6 at the moment is just the best. So we'll do something like that. Yeah, I am addicted as well. It ebbs and flows. I do get very, very salty. There are periods of time where I was very salty with the game, but then once I learned like what I was doing wrong, I got over the salt. This is going to be a tougher building to put these shelves in for. That's very annoying. I think we do that, yeah. Well, say goodbye to the next 10 years of your life, buddy. You're addicted, and you're hooked on 6. Most people can't get out of their first 6 addiction. It's a tough one. But there are others, and you can you know, find solace in that your addiction is not alone. The one thing that might frustrate you is the lack of like creativity. The game used to be a lot more creative than it is now. Like it for sure is cut back on a lot of like the creative aspects. That's kind of why I think most people fall off anyways now. Yeah, we're gonna have to do it like... Also, the lack of being a bad guy. You're not allowed to be a bad guy in this game. The second you start doing bad guy stuff, you'll notice that the enemies are the, like, people around you are just gonna really beat the hell out of you. Always choose to be the good guy. Like if you take slaves from a trader or a free deal or something, like a bunch of free slaves, chances are, and this isn't a spoiler, that it will actually destroy you. There's a lot of events like that where the game will just like cripple you and then kill you for no reason. After all your work. Yeah. It sucks. Like, those events really fucking suck. You seem like you've played a good deal of it, though. Uh-oh. The police. We might be able to get it in. We need 5 more of these. I think we can. I think we can. We're so very close. Please. Just 1 more. 2 more. It's not too bad. Alright. This is a building. That's the entrance. Probably should have more entrances, but I guess that's gonna be it. But we'll give them kind of an entrance through that way as well. Yeah. Unfortunately, like, if you want the hard truth of 6, you are a beginner still. But a novice. But it also really it's really based on the level of your city building experience, too. Like, a brand new city builder player would actually have a bad time. Like, they would suffer. But because you have what seems to be like more hours, probably in like RimWorld or other games like that, you have a better chance overall. I actually want to do this. You don't want to be out in 6 with your pants down. Elias thing you. You've never played RimWorld. The hell? What the hell? My friend, what have you been doing? That's like saying you've never, you know, eaten chocolate. I was gonna say something far more grotesque, but as someone who's new, I don't want to go ham on you. Man, RimWorld is something. No, I know most people don't care, but some people, like, from where I'm from, like, typically I'm not as outwardly joking until I get used to somebody for a little while, because I don't want to, like, be a dick outward for no reason. Because some people will be, like, misinterpreted immediately. That's hilarious. Not another tradesman following me. No! Get the hell out of here. I was kidding. It's hilarious that I have such a large following of like tradespeople as I did like construction and plumbing and electrical and shit. Yeah, same. That's basically how I live, is getting shit on. And well, I quit. I couldn't take the, not the shit, but the other shit that people throw at you, which is their crybaby behaviors. I can't stand people who act tough and then, you know, like the first ones to cry about anything. And that's typically how it goes with those traits. Especially with older guys. Yeah, exactly. It's not uncommon. I think most people who are like fucking 20 to 35 understand what I'm talking about. Especially in trades. Yeah, they're acting like babies. Like, I was always like in charge of like literally being their babysitter so that they could get their job done, and I'm doing the work. And I'm like, do I have to? I don't get paid what they get paid. I get paid far less than them. Yeah, exactly. You understand me then. I'm 28, my birthday's this week, 29, and I'm a goofball. I'm a jokester. I'm gonna make a bunch of jokes and stuff, but I swear that they're the softest people on earth sometimes. They'll cry to you for 24 hours straight, and then the second you bring up like your real life troubles that are actually serious, they'll be like, da 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 da. There's nothing that you haven't been through, I haven't been through. I am North American. I often listen to myself back. I'm from New England, but I sound Canadian sometimes. I don't know why. I think it's because of where I'm close to. Certain words I say are kind of Canadian sounding. Yeah. Yeah. See, it's not. I figured I was like, surprisingly, a lot of people who are from Canada and tradies follow me, which is interesting. I don't know what the fuck I do. What have I done? Is it 6? It might be 6. Songs of 6. I have said that in the past, that I think 6 is a very like interactive game for like builder or trade mentality. Yeah. Well, I'm glad I'm not the only weirdo who works on a job site who plays a game like this afterwards, and it's like, this is how my brain operates on a normal day. I try to like not ever bring it up ever to people if they ask me what I do in free time. It's hard to explain. 6. Oh, you do drywall. Sorry, I didn't see that part. Drywall is fun. Drywall is... I'm very good at patching and stuff. I'm not as fast as I'd like to be at actually hanging the drywall and cutting it. But I never miss. I never cut the piece wrong. That's my specialty. I always cut it the right angle, the right, length. Because I'll sit there for extra time just to get it right. But I gave that shit up. It's not worth it. Yeah, I'm not good at mudding, and I'm not good at hanging it quickly. I'm good at patching. Like, I'm not a good... The problem was that what happened was I'm not particularly good at the trade skills that I was supposed to be good at for where I was at, like what people wanted me to be. I was better at other things. Power engineering is pretty good. But like, I was very good with power saw, measurements, numbers, safety, things like that. Like, I always kept kept a good eye on what people are doing, how they're doing it, making sure people don't get hurt. I got a good eye for like valuable materials that are being destroyed or what's happening, etc. Good example would be us buying, I forget what they're called, like a header. They're like the fucking large 14-inch or 14-inch wide or whatever fucking boards that like cover the head front of your house. And we had two of them. They used them as fucking like ramps basically for a dumpster, and they were destroying them. They're like worth $450. Safety squints are exceptionally good. As long as you believe that your eyes are protected, you'll be okay. But if for 1 second you like have fear in your heart, the material will sense that and it will fly into your eyeball and kill you. So it's important that you don't show fear on a job site. Most people don't know that. Yeah, no, I'm joking too. I know you do. Most people should. Like I've had, for example, a lot of people say like, "Oh, this isn't worth your time," or etc. I'm like, it is. It's really. I'm not interested in getting maimed or killed, and that's why I quit at the end. I was getting put in positions that were like, the last thing I did was remove a pipe, a cast iron pipe, and the way it broke, it was hung from like a wire. So I had cut it, released it in normal way. All normal pipes would have fallen with the amount of work that I had put onto it. Like it should have fallen out of where it was. But there was a piece of like, I don't even know, like very strong wiring that was holding it in the corner of where I was at. And in frustration, I just clipped the fucking wire, and the fucking whole pipe fell through the whole ceiling. It fucking slammed this like sink right next to my face. Like my face was right where the sink was, basically. If I had moved an inch forward, I would have got hit by that. Yeah, so I was very lucky, because I would have been in the basement with like that injury or whatever happened, probably dead. In like the horror basement of fucking The Hills Have Eyes. Because there's renovations for, you know, old houses that are destroyed. Could actually upgrade some of these now. Get the full services. But like, I've been in worse scenarios. That one just was like, alright, I'm done. The fact that I didn't even react to it too kind of put me off. I was just like, whatever, and then I just continued on. I'd become so like desensitized to that. Pretty good on our services. We need a better tavern though. Oh my good god. Yeah. Yeah, no, I would never, ever, 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 ever do glazing. See, in this case, you want to just offer them supplies, so they'll be happy. Glazing is crazy. I knew what it was. In both ways, don't glaze people, but also don't do glazing. But I knew what you were talking about when you said it, because that's like one that I was just always scared of. Height, glazing, and a few other trade jobs I wouldn't ever do. Like anything based in height. Yeah, no, it's... I'm fully aware what a plane of glass will do to a person. I took my OSHA classes seriously, and that was like the first one they show you. That gets released wrong, it cuts you clean in half. If it fucking smushes, it could smush you. Just hold it wrong and it'll cut your hand or arm off, whatever. I'm not your average freak. I'm not normal, as Kurt Angle used to say, or probably still says. I have like severe sixth brain condition where I just condense information into my brain at an advanced rate. But I am guilty of being stupid plenty of times, for sure. I'm not innocent of that. Probably could fix this setup here. The stuff I do know is usually based in history and also video games. So Ostriv has, glazing as a profession. Ostriv, the city builder, and that's essentially where I knew what glazing was from. But I also knew about the window panes and stuff like that beforehand. Exactly. But no, that one is sketchy. That and roofing. Like, I had an EMT tell me, like, the most grotesque, gnarly shit ever about her first day finding a roofer. And then I can't even repeat it because it's horrifying, but it never left my head. I was like, okay, well, I'm not going to do that. At least they're not saying glazing in the other sense. Yeah, but it's because people don't understand like what the glaze comes from or what the term comes from. It's kind of like carpenter. You could be like the person who joined my carpentry class thinking that she was doing carpentry. She was gonna lay carpets, but technically she wasn't wrong. You do lay carpets, but that's not the type of industry that you exactly. She wanted to like actually design like carpets and make carpets. Yeah. She didn't know that it was carpentry. But I was stupid. I thought we were going to be making furniture. But technically you do. But in most cases you never ever ever do. You just hang it. Install it. I didn't know I'd be actually banging and nailing in things and cutting things with power saws and stuff. Because I didn't really think it through. But as it goes, I know like plumbing, basic stuff, electrical basic stuff, or actually I'd say a little more than basic on electrical. I know what will kill you, and how not to get killed, how to wire rooms. But I've been shocked a few too many times to enjoy it. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of where I know the term glazing from, is like being a glass blower. And I thought that too, it'd be sweet. But there aren't trades like that. Not anymore. An interesting one though I like is actually surprisingly tin snipping or HVAC type stuff. I do like the HVAC. I was pretty good at it. Yeah, glass blowing is a specific thing. I find most of them just blow weed paraphernalia and bongs and shit. HVAC's not for everybody, but there's something. There was a repetition of it that I like doing. You know, and the best part about it for me is that when I got up into the attic, my fat fucking whatever guy that was teaching me couldn't get up there. And I was up there by myself and I could just finish the job and be quiet. Unless he decided to finally get his ass up there and try to look at me, try to see what I was doing. But it honestly wasn't too bad. The worst part, like I said, I don't like people dealing with them and their bullshit, like customers and co-workers and other stuff. Seems like the biggest challenge here is that they're not gathering the leather physically off the ground. Do you not want to do that? Is that what your problem is? You should be grabbing that shit. And that's part of the reason why I don't work there anymore anyways, because my boss didn't like that I'd call these types of guys out for their bullshit very quickly. To the point where I would literally call them children. That was probably not, good for them. Funny for me. I obviously did make them very happy. Yeah, it's fair though. I would. That's a good question, SOS. When does the sun stop rotating? When do we stop rotating around the sun? When? I'm just kidding. I don't know, honestly. It depends. When the city gets, nuked by either my neighbors because I'm too strong or I get bored and I decide that I want to play a different game. But I don't really have many other games on my list right now. Like, I've had them, but then I got bored of wanting to play them, and then I have to get the interest back. Which seems redundant. But what you're saying on that, though, old is correct. I couldn't stand it because I've worked other jobs where people, like older age people, have like physically punched me, and they're luckily they didn't do much damage. Maybe I'm lucky, I don't know, but that left like a considerable level of hatred for those motherfuckers in my head. I can't stand them. Like, I respect older people, especially if they're nice, but I find that they can be quite often very disrespectful. For almost no reason. Yeah, I mean, I definitely draw it out of people. I could make somebody hit me if I want them to. Usually depends on how I'm feeling on that particular day, but most of the situations, like this particular guy was a customer. And I tried to put him in a headlock, but he didn't really have much of a neck in the first place to grab a hold of. So yeah, the one I learned siding with was like that. He had done steel mill work or whatever. He'd done like welding and iron and metal work most of his life, so he was just a fucking douchebag. And he would get into like full-blown like yelling matches with me on the side of a house doing siding. And I've got like a 20-ounce fucking framing hammer basically as like one of my hammers, and then I have my like actual siding hammer. I'm just like, you're lucky I don't bonk you. But I knew he'd probably kill me as well. He's like that. He's like one of those crazy old dudes. But he would draw you into like, he would try to get you to go at him. He's a strange fella. That's the thing about where I'm from, is the people are very kind, but they're also like tapped. So like they're either the nicest person ever or they're like the most psychotic. Or in between, somewhere in there. And I was a young 18-year-old boy full of anger, hatred. Luckily for me, I had good self-control. I always rationalize it though that they will probably be gone before I am, so there's no sense in getting too crashed out on them, because that's just them trying to take me down with them. Yeah, that's interesting, old Mill. You seem like a New Englando like me, because we're very much like that. It's people don't usually talk behind your back. I think it's off-putting to some people how open I can be about topics, but it's just the way of the world here. for me and the people around me. They don't really like to hold their punches. Like, they're like Ned Starks. They'll just tell you, they'll be like, I know you've done fucking incest with your brother, and I'm coming after you, and then you get your head chopped off from the squire. Or the square, I mean. By the squire. Yeah, that sounds about right. My thing is, I usually will do like a sideways comment, because like I said, if I do that, if I walked up to them like that, they would attempt to fight me. So I'll usually side diss them, because I want them to throw the first punch in most cases. Most cases, I can get them to like do it that way, but you walk up to them, they like, it's weird. I'm not a good argumentative person. I don't have like the ability. I start to just stutter. And that was another part. Yeah, I'm not a de-escalator. I am an escalator. I'm a full-on escalator. But I'm smart enough to separate myself from scenarios. That's the key. And listen, if you didn't want to see me at my crash outiest, then you shouldn't have fucking, you know. I don't know where that one was going, but still. Push a man sometimes. You don't want to see the aftermath. I guess I'm a Patriots fan. No, I'm not really into football anymore, though. I played football. So whenever I watch football, I get like mild nostalgia, and I also get annoyed because they're not playing the thing I want them to do, or you know, and I kind of get a little too invested, so I try not to watch it as much. Why do we have so many people? I think it's because we set our population to be birthing tons of babies. Well, we can just start shoving them into odd jobs here, I guess. It's full. Need some more ore. We may as well get a little bit from here. We need at least 200, so we'll go for a 4. Cardinals. See, I don't know enough about football, like NFL teams, to care. I never got to experience that stuff as a kid, so like that's why I don't have a very strong connection to any football team. Oh yeah, thank you. I try. That's how I have so much good stuff coming in here. I think I make all this by myself. There's all the regions doing stuff for me. Forget what I was doing. Oh yeah, I'm trying to shove people into these jobs. Here we go. Some more people. Ration makers, you're good. You're good. I put a lot of effort into this city. Like I said, this is like my penultimate city. Because from my perspective, Twitch hasn't got to see these, you know, grand cities that I get to do. I've done in the past on YouTube, so I want to do them for Twitch. "32 regions, bro. You have 32 regions, man? What the fuck? What do you mean you got 32 regions? Fuck out of here. That's too many. Oh, that's too many. Think of it this way. One region that's upgraded to... I have 12 regions. If I have 30 regions, they'd probably be about half of this quality, each of them. So depending on if they were different or not, I could get more value out of them. But there's only, you know, this many materials to gather from these different ones. So as long as they have the green arrows, that's what I want. At this tier, at 5, it's good enough to get these 2 to 10. if I want. They could get up pretty high, but right now I've got a couple different things on here as well. Like these two are at 10, but I also got this at 5. I've got this here. You know, you could work around that. Well, you overdone it, son. You gotta go for less regions, higher numbers. You can get better quality stuff out of them. In my opinion, at least. Yeah, we still have so many fucking people. I need to like train up better armies, but like I don't know why they're not training faster. Hmm. It's up to you though. I also find that the more regions you have, they physically count as amount of money, so your neighbors will see that you have a lot more value than you theoretically actually have. So they will typically crash out harder on you as a result. You know, that's the worst. It's getting crashed out on because of that. Yeah. They don't like that you have a lot of things that they don't have, which is regions. Even despite those regions not being anything better, technically they have regions that are much greater than yours. I have never in my entire time playing this game ever done that, but if you were able to do it, I commend you. There is, however, a way that you potentially could make it easier on yourself if you wanted to do a new start. When you start, you can edit the map, and you can actually remove all of the mountains by just having the edit tool, and then like go from the corner and just take out all the mountains and potentially the water. And then that way you could conquer it via the land without having to deal with these huge mountains in the way. And you could put like local little mountains, but really it doesn't matter. As long as you can get around. But I have never in my entire time playing this game ever hit that. Because usually the mountains are in the way. How we doing? Oh, mama. Look at that. $250,000. Yeah, the mountains are the challenge for the conquering the whole world thing. Yeah, what I think I'll do is I'll build this bad boy here like this, and then copy or delete that. We will build... These are expensive, but that's okay. So a key thing here is when you get an epidemic, also keep in mind that the curfew here you can set so that they'll stay inside for the most part, unless their job is important. And then the first day is going to end, and then this curfew will go away, and then you're going to get a bunch of sick people. So I'm going to get about 10% maybe total. So it might hit around 500 sick people, even with my curfew. But if I didn't do this curfew, it could hit up to 1,000, probably more, 1,500. So I gotta keep an eye on this. Like, I'll literally sit on this when I get an epidemic, so I can turn the curfew back on like that. And then once that curfew goes away again, I usually, especially at higher populations, will do at least 2 to 3 days, maybe 4, of curfew. Yeah, 25% of your population usually will be dying or sick. If I can keep it below 1% or 10% of my population, which is about 500, I am happy. And we're so far doing that, which is main goal of the curfew. As you can see, there's still people moving around, so I still have people actually doing stuff. Yeah, the game used to be a lot easier, and then it got really, really, really hard. Like that stuff. And having food servings and good health and stuff kind of helps. I think one thing that's mitigating it a lot is that I have the good physician access as well as laboratories. Or not laboratories, sorry, hospitals. So anyone who's sick should be getting treated and not actually dying. I think we got, what, river runs or something? swamp along. Yeah. So that should be good. That's the third day of my curfew here. Spread 70%, incubation 6 days, infection days 4, lethality 20%. So not too bad. They'll finish that out. And what I want to do is actually edit this. This is a painful one because we're gonna no, we can't, because if we take it out right now, we're gonna lose the money that it's making me, which is fucking delicious. Like, probably like a big backbone here. So the way law works, it sounds like you have a pardoning thing going. Are you playing as Amevians and are you pardoning people? Because if so, if you go to governing here, or it's not here, it's under right this. You go and you see if you pardon or exile, I mean, it's going to be a minus 25% on the deterrent rate. And then I think if you pardon people, it's even worse. So like executions, you're going to see it gives me a 2. That's interesting. The biggest thing I find is that killing people and executing them in the arena keeps your law very high. So if you look, I've got that arrests, that's only 0.1. Then there's statues 0, torches 0.1, and then the executions and the killed in the arenas, keeping it at like a pretty high level. And then we've got our traits, our population size, and our law, which is technically, I believe, under government here. And this should be based on every time there's a crime, you potentially catch the crime, and every time that crime is caught, it needs to also be judged. So if every crime in the city is caught and judged, you'll be at 100%. Which sounds fucking ridiculous, but it usually isn't as hard as it seems. You just need a court. Yeah, exactly. You could do it just to get the law. You're not going to need them because they don't care for it. It's a little expensive, but it's a law boost. So yeah, that might be a good one just to get the fight pits up. But sometimes I find that law is not as much of a big deal as it seems. Because when you're hovering over fulfillment, right, you're going to look at the fulfillment at the bottom there. I've got 28%, and it's got minus, and it's in the red for food, services, environment, and law. It makes me think that I'm technically not doing good, but then my expectations are 27.59. Yeah, your rest rate is too low, probably. Are they upgraded stands? That's an important thing, though. The guard post being upgraded gives them a full efficiency rating. So what it sounds like is they're not all upgraded. And that could be it as well. That's strange. Very strange. I wouldn't know then. Sometimes I don't know anything. I become but a fool. I honestly don't know them. I think that maybe just try the arena thing might kind of suffice it. But from my understanding, Amevians, based on their traits here, are naturally... Oh, never mind. They're naturally unlawful. They're assholes. Humans have a very big unlawfulness too, though, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, 0.75. So, humans and Amevians technically have the same level of criminality. And that's probably where that 60% is coming from. Yeah, that could work. Setting it to a low percentage might help. Sometimes you might have to do conquests just to catch a bunch of people from a rebel region. You know, you could just like turn one of your smaller regions into a free region, kill them quickly, capture a bunch of slaves and storm in stockades. and then do it that way. But it's a very challenging kind of up in the air situation that you seem to be in. I honestly struggle with law. I honestly don't know how I've kept my law at this for the entire time. I feel like usually by this point I have like huge law issues, but I don't know. Maybe I have a title. Oh, I don't think so. I think I just have titles for loyalty and the regions and governor points. Yeah, if anything, you might want to do Athuri. I think Athurism gives you a boost to lawful. Gives you a boost to university. No, it doesn't give you a boost, but still. Better than raid security. We're so close. We're like right there. Oh, man. That should not have been there that whole time. That's not good. All that fucking grain's gonna sit there. Then you should be fine. Don't worry about it. Truthfully, it sounds like bad, but like as you design your city, it often can be that too. But for example, like right now my fulfillment is at 27.8, and that's because my food's like dropping a little bit and things like that. If I can get my delivery system up or my tavern boosted or things like that, services, it's going to be infinitely better than if I focused on occupation. Because the best thing you could do for occupation is retirement. There's 8 out of the total. Yeah, so you're good. You shouldn't be worried. Technically, I do have retirement though. Wait, no, I don't have it yet. The way that retirement works is basically impossible. So if you said it, you would have to get like, right now it's at 25 years old. 25% of people, I believe, can get retirement. I think that's how it's supposed to be. But it's only 1% total here. So it's only 90 people out of the 1,240. I don't know. Like, half the shit doesn't make sense to me anyways. But if I boosted it up just a tiny bit, it's going to bring it up to like 100, 103. Like, you have to do it basically like little 1 increments, like tiny percentages. And you also need to have native population being born. Yeah, you can't do it like a big boost. You have to do it like tiny increments over time. I think the key is to really have a boost of people coming in from your homes here, like being born. Unfortunately, Amevians and humans take a very long time to be born, but at least Amevians live like double the length. Pretty sure your average lifespan is like, yeah, ours is 80. Yours is gonna be like 200 probably. 150, so double. So you have a better chance of living. Yeah. It sucks. Humans, the biggest challenge with humans is getting the retirement because they physically don't live long enough to get to retirement. Usually they all die. But we might be able to get it. If I have like 3,000 surplus laborers, these all people sick in the streets. Oh, they're just children playing. Yeah, no, I don't think it's possible to get Garthimes to do fucking retirement. Garthimes are like hard mode. When they say easy, consider that they're very hard. Most of the easy races to Jake are hard. So like what makes them easy to him is actually the thing that makes other players struggle. Just because they can overpopulate doesn't mean they're good. They just struggle with keeping up with food and then they starve to death. You end up with like dead cities. At least in my experience. It seems like you've also got a better grip of what 6 is. That's part of it. I found them particularly easy because I knew the game. Dundarians shouldn't be a struggle. Dundarians are the easiest, in my opinion. You can literally just carve into the mountain and sell the stone and make buy the grain for that and turn it into bread, and you never have to go hungry. And once you get a mine set up, you could sell whatever material that's producing and make the grain that way. They never farm a day in their life. Should all be imported taxes. Oh, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. That is what I'm talking about, boys. Oh, then you would do well. Lindarians are the Chads of 6. They literally do not struggle whatsoever. Yeah. Well, you got to 1,000. That's very good. 1,000 is not a joke. Especially as the Dundarians. The Dundarians aren't easy in that sense because, like I said, they do have issues that come about. Their food is typically the biggest issue that they challenge, or are challenged by, I should say. But if you can handle the food, you're pretty much good to go. But it requires you to have a region under your control, or you basically suffer. Because importing it through your money is going to be a struggle. Alright, so now we have the second inn. Let's see what kind of services we can get out of this bad boy. Matter of fact, let's just transfer all this over. So we have 280 knowledge now. I think that if I do get this, it will boost it up. So let me try to get the retirement home. Thank you. I appreciate that. I always feel like I'm moving too quickly to learn anything valuable from. But I appreciate that. I'm glad that you're picking some stuff up. I want to get these babies, or not babies, these are old fucking grotesque freakazoids somewhere to live here. This is all good for like knowledge-based stuff. I guess we'll put it in here. Nah, don't compare yourself to me. I think that you gotta compare yourself to yourself. You know, what you've done, what you've accomplished so far, how you've progressed. Because you already established that you got a city from the start there and you weren't doing well, and then you got it much further along. You know, that's the important part there. Because plenty of people are going to do better than you in every sense. Like any game, someone's going to be in there. Exactly. So your current, like I said, this is my best city so far. This is my favorite of the cities I've done. But it's not like the best city ever. If someone came in here and was like, oh, you know, I did better and I would say sure, but because to someone else, they might have a better, you know, who knows? I've seen some cities that are always like, what the hell? How the hell did they do that? And then others that I don't even agree with or like at all. Alright, that works perfect. So 100 people. I kind of want to double the space, but I guess we could just build more over time. And you also don't have the 1,000 hours I put into the game. I'm shift clicking and I'm dragging over, or I'm right clicking, sorry. I have a lot of like, I don't know how I'm so fast. I've played so long that I picked up so many different keys. Sometimes I forget. Yeah, I think I'm shift clicking on the item with something else. I think that's what you meant. I need to stop building with these cut stones though. Fucking there's too many of them. It's too much cut stone. Come on, my boys. We're almost to the point where this one should be done, right? Yeah. My temple of Athuri. We're gonna need that guy anyways. Temples are fun, but they're very, very challenging building to get going. I honestly love Athuri, but most of the time, if I have the choice, I either go for Crater or the Minion. But Shmalor is not bad. I think, what is it? Shmalor sacrifices people. Forget what a minion does. I got prisoners for a minion. Doesn't say what you do for Shmalor. Yeah, I mean you can do that. I think that the biggest challenge when you do tech tree is that you're going to be constantly facing an uphill battle with trying to keep up with technology and etc. Like I have this knowledge now because I'm actually at such a high level that I don't care to put extra points into it. Like I could put extra into robustness, or I maybe could put more into my logistics for better carry capacity, or even better spoilage. You know, like now I'm at that point where I could do whatever the fuck I want. But earlier on, I did, if you watched it, you weren't here obviously, but like you could see that I didn't put any points towards it or anything. I saved it all for stuff. I don't really care for accounting. Paper handling. Unlocking this tech will result in 0 point effects. Is that carrying paper? I don't understand. It says improve discoveries about paper itself as a material enables to use less of it as industry or in our industries. So if I do that, does that make it like free? I'm just kidding. Would make it free, but technically if we're using, how much are we using? 507 or like roughly 600. It would take off like 150. I think it's actually removing some of that. Yeah, exactly. It's good to keep some back. I mean, I have enough to buy it and see. Yeah, it was about right, yeah. So it was about around 100. It just reduced the amount of paper I needed in industries. For 200 points, though, I feel like I could get way more out of, like, just upgrading the paper maker, but I need innovation for that. But yeah, we're at a 3.52 boost on the paper making. Let's check an actual paper maker to see what he's making. Pretty sure I have one in here, don't I? Oh, he's up here. Where are you, paper? There you are. 226 titles, technology, nobilities, religion, education, tools, experience. I always forget that experience takes effect as well. Could also just physically shove more people in there. Exactly. I don't even know at this point. I guess I'll just keep it there because I really don't care. I don't want to do that. I did want to get... Maintenance has been a huge cost for me. Matter of fact, yeah, fuck it. Fuck that. That's a stupid one. We'll go for 2 tiers of maintenance. Probably 3 total tiers of maintenance, so that way I can get back half the fucking materials I spend on maintenance costs here. $294 still. $449 is not so bad on that one. Yeah, maintenance is detrimental. I always try to tell people that to keep it to wood and stone, you know, if you can keep it to wood and stone, you can keep building woodcutters and you can keep building stone mines to try to keep up with it. I knew that was gonna happen. It's probably gonna cause me an effect down the line, but whatever. But yeah, keeping those 2 as your main things and then trying to just expand your furniture making productions is like your best idea. Like I'm guilty of never keeping up with my furniture. You need to keep it in mind. It's 294. So the next time I get this maintenance upgrade, I'm going to check. It's 294. So I want to make sure if it's about 30 to 50 drop on the maintenance, I'm happy. But if it's anything other than that, I'm not. So is there good foundation in here? Yes, there is. See, this is the kind of shit that I'm talking about when an event happens there. You just get absolutely donkey-dicked. I hope that's not happening to all of my regions. No, that's just happening to that one region here. So this is when I typically will go, thank you, Jake, for creating such a fucking phenomenal game. For everything you've ever done. This region didn't cost me literally hundreds of thousands of dollars. Potentially millions of dollars just to grow. But it's okay. I love losing regions because losing is fun. It's gonna keep going too. The Ration Maker Boys is pretty good, but I might take that up. Yeah, well, I did say that something bad's gonna happen to my region, because if you're a bad guy in this game, anytime you're a bad... Oh, nice! It's happening to 2 of my regions. Any more regions that this would like to occur to? So that I can just lose literally everything I fucking have in all of my regions, because these are the ones that have the fucking... this is about the point when I stop playing a city. When some dumb shit like this occurs, where all of my materials get cut off because of a fucking event. One singular event. And to the developer, this is supposed to be fun. Oh no, it's across the board. So now actually instead, I'm not even gonna do that. I'm gonna load an autosave. Because I'm not fucking playing that game. Fuck you, Jake. Eat my dick sideways. You fucking asshole. That is the dumbest shit I've ever seen. All my regions started to collapse because one of those regions lost the workforce. The booster there that it had. This one. This one here. These. The Royal Workers Academies. Because they lost that, they all started to collapse. Yeah, they all crash. That's the fragile economy of 6, is that if you accidentally touch a button wrong, your whole game just gets absolutely washed and you have to start again. That's what I was talking about when I say that there are better city builders out there. I'm currently waiting for some better ones. That stuff pushes me right over the edge and starts me to go actually smoke. So it's gonna be a good smoke break real quick. Because the best part about that is just doing a load to my quick save there is gonna cut me back on all that stress. Now normally I wouldn't be bothered by some kind of fun event that was like, you know, your people are unhappy by something, but there's nothing to be unhappy about, so the game artificially fucking shoves a 0.15 loyalty debuff or 1 debuff, and then that kills my entire region. And my entire nation. Because of 1 Talapi. I pooped wrong on the 1 Talapi. That was funny. One singular Tilapia is exactly correct. And the best part is, whenever that happens, just say, thank you, Jakey. Thank you, Jakey Wakey, for fucking my asshole wide open here. Because that's the dev. That's their, like, mind. It's the good old weed break. I would never smoke in my house. I think that would be horrible. I mean, it sounds probably bad from most people's perspective, but anyone who smokes knows what I'm talking about. Hell yeah, brother. Yeah, no, there's the fiend lore behind the character. I think one of my Twitch emojis don't have my smoke character. See, this is the same thing. If I take the drastic measures, it's literally a setup one. So let me be lenient here. So my loyalty boost is going to be down for the humans. Let's see. Affected regions 16. Opinion. Okay, let's take a peek. Are all my regions about to collapse because of that? I don't know. They seem fine. I'm lucky I don't have to. I did all my work for my landlord, so... yeah, he's my landlord. He's my boss, my landlord. So, I kind of made it so that I could smoke indoors. What the fuck actually happened? So, is it the loyalty of the humans is down, but the loyalty of the Talapis off put it so that they're fine? Like, what the fuck? Why did before... Because I was mean, I was punished. Because I was the mean guy, I got punished for it. I should have been lenient. I always should be nice. No matter what happens, just be the good guy. Do not roleplay as a bad person in your video game. Therefore, you are bad. You know what gave you away, though? Mill, is the fact that you're a drywaller. You didn't have to tell me you smoked. I already knew. Only a drywaller. No, I'm just kidding, but it's true. It's very true, fun fact. Like the one part of the trades where you don't really need to even focus that hard anyways. Like you do, but you don't. So we have 308. We haven't spent it on the maintenance yet. So it cost me, I'm at 320. Let's pop one of those in there. 14. And that's across the board though, so it's pretty good. So we'll go for another one and another one. So that's gonna drop us down 286. Not so bad. The more we're spending, the more we save anyways. Nice. We got our retirement home. So this, I believe, is what boosts the actual occupation. Yeah. Once they get access to it. And give these guys a nice little tree in front. Some this. I do like these buildings though, to be honest. See how much that boosted our fulfillment. Damn, it's pretty good. Give him something to live for. I think I need to put like a military building over here. Mm. Of course, I appreciate you chatting anyways. Usually, sometimes it varies. This is an earlier day stream. Sometimes I get very good, you know, groups of people following and watching along. Sometimes it's quiet. I don't mind. Still very new, and this is a small game anyways. Fighting the urge to play Mugenics. What is up, Ben? How are you doing? Welcome. Welcome. You always come as I've got like my last smoke break in before I'm about to get off in like an hour. That's good. I've noticed that a lot of people do that. They get their friends addicted to 6 as well. I don't know if it's a good thing, but it is good for the overall market of it. Do we want to put a food stall? I need to think about, do I want to get set up over here with a food stall? Probably. Yeah. So we need to have space for the actual haulers and import depots. The challenge here is that I need it to be 5 wide. So let's check. 1, 2, 3. So that's 2. Hell yeah. Nice. I hope you enjoy your weekend. Is it, you said your weekend drink? Nice. I'm making me one, a mojito. My girlfriend's very good at making those. She's not here right now. And I probably wouldn't ask her to make me one anyways. That's a good way to be. I should get to that point where I just smoke on the weekends, but still live such a like a chaotic lifestyle. That should be good. And then I want to make sure, because we're gonna have the import depots. We'll do that for now. See, I gotta get into Kingdom Come. I looked at it the other day based off what you were saying. You were telling me I should check it out. I have known I should have for a long time. It's not on sale, so I'm like, I'm not gonna go spend my money. But the second it is, oh, you know I'm gonna be getting it. Unless I'm absolutely dead broke, but should be good. Actually, I think I can get the unloading station. No, it's just a bit too large. We could bring it right here. It's fine by me. And then we put the hull there in the middle. And then we can fix this. No, unfortunately it doesn't, Margon. The Hunter Tech only will increase the production rate, and it should be that it's 18, I believe, is the limit where it starts to drop off, but keep in mind that the limit is only like a recommended limit. You could have like 36 of them and they'd still bring back like a decent amount, you know. It's not the worst, it's just diminishing returns. Still very viable up until like you're spending like 50 guys on it, maybe. Especially if your Tilapis are a race of people that are good at it. You're welcome. Yeah, if you put research points in it, it's worth getting the extra few guys. If you're not gonna, and you just want to go to Auric pastures and save the points, it's not worth getting past AT. But it really depends on what the player's interested in doing. Because I like the hunters, I think they're not too bad. Could do our final decorative plazas here. So humans like this plaza type. Also down here we'll add a little bit of that to stuff like this. Should add a little bit of flair to this region. We'll add these in too. Honestly, I should just fill it all in here. I don't want to cover up the other tiles I filled in nicely. There we go. Should be good. Eggs. Do mushrooms. And this is going to be the first one that's actually buying the meat. Probably should set it to just 100% so that they're not overflowing every one of them. Because if they're overflowing every one, they might not fill each one. You want them to just fill them. And I'm glad that I didn't get my entire city destroyed by a single tilapia that's been lasting for this long. Gotta love it. Oh yeah, we were meaning to do something about that, huh? I thought you were getting me the difference. How much damn ore do you need? God. You've got a lot of swords, that's for sure. It'll take 80 knowledge to get the fight pits upgrade. So we'll put this around this guy like that. Let's also check on this plaza. Where is it? Pleasant Plaza? Pleasant Park? Not bad. Oops, wrong thing. We want to replace all of this up through here. Same like that. And matter of fact, give them the nice ass roads to their houses too. It says powerful decoration for those nearby. What do they mean by powerful? What's so powerful about it? Well, the plaza looks great, I think. It's at its final point now before we upgrade this final level, but I do want to get that fight pit upgrade. Speaking of which, yeah, you can't upgrade either. We need high entertainment. That's when they smoke weed and then they act on the stage. That's exactly what you get. Food. I heard like a bang in the background. I was like, what the hell's going on? He's breaking into the trash. Bastard. He's just locked up in the other room. He can't move from that room now. For his crimes. Are you still needing jewelry? Is that the ore and jewelry is the only thing you need? Well, one thing I can do is turn off my sales for it, because we're not going to be selling this for a long time. Yeah, good. Insufficient workers allocated. What happened to them all? We'll get the fancy fight pits. Can I get a boost to jewelry as well? I need 130 jewelers, Jesus. Oh, wait. What are you doing, tools? God damn it. I'm just gonna have to do it the old-fashioned way and actually get people to work there. This one we need to figure out, too. Let's take a peek at him real quick. It's still not importing properly. We're getting taxes. Was it because it was closed? I hope that's not why. Because they can't access this building. This one sends the fabric. So there should already be some coming into the city. Because it's like a daily thing. There's fabric here. Stop selling it. I hate sitting here watching this, but it's like, where's my fucking cotton? Ah, I'm a fool. Blundering fool. It's not coming because it's a yearly amount. I forgot that it's not daily per day, it's a yearly thing. So one of these regions that has extra people here is gonna just start sending. You produce 72. We'll do that, and then we'll get this guy to here. That'll offset the difference there. Now it'll start coming in. One other thing that we had done which made it simpler was this. Take that out and then put a logistics import depot right there. Are they storing it in the middle? What were they storing in the middle there? That was not furniture, was it? Alright, so that's good there. This will start filling all the way up. Go check on our cotton supply. Still empty. Can't really make use of my 800 workers here, or my 300 fucking different workers in this area if they're not getting their cotton. We don't need the herbs. We may as well do fiber. Maybe we switch it out, because that guy's a little too far. He takes too long. Oh, he has to go to work. Rest in peace. Rest in pieces. I don't think I need half as much clay as I'm getting. How much of this clay am I actually utilizing? Yeah. We get that back in money. And then take this back. I feel like it's always better to get more ore. For drywalling? Or is he like maintenance? One call for drywall. Oh, he's an EMT. Oh, he like an online friend. Rest. Well, not rest in peace in this case. I can't say that because then it's not a good thing. That would be my normal response in that situation. That sucks though. That's why I chose to do jobs with very little pressure or responsibility so that I could just like call out whenever I fucking please. Look at this fucking flow rate. Oh yeah, baby. 10,000 production rate on the bread. 10,000. Yeah, it's insane. The process of which I'm like producing bread, the fact that this spot remains with bread means that my flow rate is like the ocean. Now I just gotta make sure that no. Actually, honestly though, if they fill it up, that's good. The fact that they're getting it out of here is good. But we could probably do better. But I could probably put some more. No, I only have 206 acres. Let's do that. And then also let's do this, put the logistics import depot inside of you. Coal's easier to come by. Did we get this fixed? Yeah. We are producing more again, but not by much. How about cotton? Yes. My boys. Not very much though, huh? The tailors are still producing way more than, are taking more than they need. So we'll set that down. We have a lot of people equipped with clothing. Might have to actually do a dedicated area for the actual refining of that fabric now. Is that degrading? How are you degrading? I didn't know that was possible. But I guess they just need a janitor over here. They don't have one. Yeah, I didn't either. I thought that they were just like a you know, a thing that didn't need, but I guess they do take stone and uh you know, wood. Would make sense actually. What happened to this region? I thought you were, was it this one? I didn't spend all the points, did I? Oh yeah, I did. I put it all on here. Like, what the heck? Alright, so this is gonna be green. Even my low tier bakeries produce so much fucking bread. It's not even funny. I want to look at the park. Wow. Very nice. All we need is the upgraded final stuff here. I'm not making the tools. Speaking of which, I'm running low on them now. I got this nice old building over here that's making me tools. And I have tools being used to make tools so that I have more tools. It's like the only way to do it. And that's how I have such good productions. Oh, Danger Penny is coming in. Where are you going? She's coming to Woodtown. Last time I got attacked, these guys ran away. So I'm praying to God that I don't need to be even stronger than I currently am. But this is a pretty tough ass army I've got here. They're very strong. Oh yeah, I forgot. That's what I wanted to get these upgrades for. And then we could also do a couple more. They don't have any over here, obviously. that's good. 8 across. Oh. Dang, I didn't even know I had that. There's plenty of space for people to work here. Oh yeah, I forgot I didn't show the school. My school, my grand school. This is Fiend Public Schools. Where all the babies get educated. So that way we have 61% education. We did have a much higher one before. Yeah. It keeps most of the babies busy. Not all of them. Some of them are still running around doing stuff. See, now I don't believe that. Proximity to raw materials is 4. How could that be? I know how that could be. Quite aware. Yeah, I have some. I don't do big universities because, in my opinion, you don't really need to educate a lot of people to educate them over time, you know. So I have 168 or so. So I have 84 in each of these universities. And then, as a matter of fact, I should get them to educate to 75% so that we can max it out. But I don't go for the bigger ones because it's, you know, it's a huge labor sink. And you need to keep at least some people free for work and stuff. See, like, I don't even have the meat set up here. Meat's the last thing I think I need to, like, figure out, because they like meat. And I could do a hunter. Hunter's pretty effective at getting meat. So you would get 18 times 2 plus the boost. So, you know, you can get some pretty decent meat. You could also lower the amount of people in the university by just clicking, and then you could work like this. So if I needed people back, I could raise or lower how many people are being taught at a time. So if you have a big building, you don't have to, like, it doesn't always destroy. You can just also turn it off too. You can just click this. Cool. Read that bad boy. Yeah, that's usually what has to happen. It's lower everybody down. See, what I think happens in my city, what keeps the law, is that they're getting killed at such a fast rate. Like, every time a criminal exists, I am killing them. Alright, so this is a perfect opportunity. They have 159 guys. Oh my good god. Well, this is going to be the last thing I do before I hop off for today. It's going to be, obviously, I mopped the floor with these guys. That's cool. Nice. Yeah, I'd love to see more people in 6 play and stream and stuff. I'm like a weirdo though. I'm not a very social person despite everything. So it's like I try to do like raids and stuff, but I haven't set up anything like that. Oh, they have horsemen. 47 Mevian horse boys. And 47 here. And then 65. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of why I do it, is I like to help people, but I'm not like I'm super not social. I try to be, but I'm bad at it. Yeah, that's good though. I mean, you could do that. I recommend you check out the official Discord too. There's a lot of people who will sit and stream in the Discord and chat and talk to each other and learn stuff. They're pretty chill so long as you have like a thick skin. You seem to have one. So our personal, like the Fiends Discord is a little different. We don't, I haven't had like many people like streaming 6, but I fully welcome it. That's not as busy. Yeah, the Discord for the public Discord is pretty decent. Sometimes they get a little, you know, hard-headed about certain things, but they're nice. I don't know why I'm waiting for these guys. Come on. Attack me, you chumps. They don't even have any training. So they're gonna charge into me. I should charge them, right? Honestly, but I feel like I'm gonna get more damage than if I got charged by them and I just stood there with my shield wall. Are you shooting at me? No, they have hammers. Yeah, no, they're gonna do more damage if I charge into them. It is fun to watch, but I also like to be the guy on the other end taking the charge with a bunch of big pokey pokes. And they're gonna have a fun time trying to charge through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then the back 9 rows of guys. It's not happening today. Not today, buddy. You don't have the mass for that. So our boys will just get pushed back a little bit, keep their formation, and they aren't good at sustained combat. So they're just gonna get killed off of their horseback pretty fast. And these are conscripts. Yeah, they got nowhere. The ones that might give me a push are these ones back here, but as long as we keep them steady. With spearmen, you don't need to move until it's like you're already crippling them and killing them all. My boys are super well trained too. Their morale is 9.3. 9. So their morale is 2. So I'm a full like 5 times higher. It's not gonna change for them. So we'll do something like this. Usually I get a little bit more creative with my attacks, but this one is just a given that I would win. He needs to do something about the color scheme stuff, because the gold and gold kind of thing, they gotta get like actual colors. Yeah, there they go. They all flee in. Hey, you cowards. Alright, we'll chase them down. We're not even gonna catch anybody, but fucking easy. Easy money. We only lost 27. Yeah, the colors need to be changed. Anyways, thank you for joining me. Thanks for chatting, Old Mill. I'll be back probably tomorrow as well. And I look forward to doing some more 6. I'll probably be doing Mugenics as well. Goodbye.